Hell, well, whoops. And I have an immediate other whoops now that the lights are on. Didn't clean my glasses beforehand. Well, let's do that now. Hello, welcome to my last stream of the year. Of the year 2025. Well, some good arguments to be made that I can't wait to be rid of this year. Um, wasn't all that wasn't all that great. We had a lot of trouble made by people I will not deign to talk about. And yeah, got into a lot of chaos. Well, so there is that. And for now, I'll be doing a little bit of talking about the year. And one thing I want to say is, for all the people I have picked up this year, thank you so very, very much. It's been a fun year. I had a lot of fun. I hope to be able to continue for another year. Um, Unfortunately, these things are not always just as straightforward as one would hope for, but I hope to be able to continue. Um, we've played we've played a few games this year. We played a few. Um, in a way, a lot less than I was um, than I was originally thinking, but yeah, there's a few. There's a few. Um, and I did start the year off with Re Fantasio. Such a great game. If you missed that, um, I'm not sure if I have them on YouTube, the streams. Mega Man Battle Network, God of War, some miscellaneous stuff in between. We tried Monster Hunter Wilds, which very unfortunate. Boktai, Mobile Suit Gundam, Mass Effect, the Oblivion remaster. I did like that. That was a quite faithfully done remaster. Unfortunately, of course, it broke a ton of mods, but it did some good upgrades. It did some good modernizations, and so yeah, the I hope that the modders will pick up on that. We did some Space Marine 1, which was a ton of fun. Dark Souls, Custom Robo, Breath of Fire, and of course my last story game, Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor. And for Thursdays, we played a ton of Dyson Sphere Program. And we did finish off with some Supreme Commander there. Out of the story games, this is not completely unprepared, but a lot unprepared. A lot off the cuff. And I was thinking whether to showcase some of my favorite games of the year, which for the story games is always hard. Are you going to pick the end save and you're just going to grind a little bit more, which always feels like, is that very interesting? Is that showcasing what the game is properly about? Because it's a story-heavy game and not purely gameplay focused. For some games like Dark Souls, yes, that's a lot more gameplay focused to a degree, but not necessarily completely so. And then I think I did forget something. It's really hard to get No, no, no. That's not what I wanted to have happen by opening here. I am terribly sorry about that. But there's been a little bit. Um, what would be rather easy to showcase, of course, is Dyson Sphere and Supreme Commander. And yeah, the big list is going to be rather boring. As I said, I did not prepare all that much for it, so yeah. Out of the games I played this year, there's a pretty easy um, way of getting my best offs this year. Oh yeah, it has Mass Effect in there. I didn't even talk about that. So yeah, that makes for a rather easy list because I did put a number too much how I enjoyed it or how good I think the game was. And Monster Hunter Master Mark, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a very happy New Year's Eve. Welcome in to my last stream of the year. I'm going to go about 16 o'clock today. So, not going to go all the way until European midnight. I do have I have some commitment, some beforehand commitments I do not want to break. So we're going to warm up to the celebrations in the stream today by having a look back, as so many people will. And I've already, yeah, I hope that I can have another year like this. Of course, there's always the how possible is that going to be? What is going to get in the way of that? I hope it'll work out. We'll see. But yeah, I went already quickly over the list of games. You might have noticed that. And finally, there'll be a little bit of an outlook on what I am planning to play next year. Starting next week, some of it actually. Yeah, it's been a turbulent year. There's been a lot of external events that felt quite troublesome that still reverberate in its troubles, and I do hope that next year at least will calm down a little bit and be less less more forgiving. Let's put it like that. More forgiving about what it's going to do to us. Of course, we won't ever know until the end of next year, 31st of December 2026, before we can say whether we had a little bit of success in finding a kinder year or not. That being said, I had a good year here on Twitch with all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming in so often. 20 stream watch streak is a lot, and I am very happy about that. Thank you very much. It means something to me. It means a lot to me, people coming back again and again. So, as you might have noticed, the requests are still open. They're going to stay open until, I want to say, about an hour before stream end, where I will be going over my top 5 games I played on stream today. I've had a look. My top 5 game of the years were, oof, not a lot. Not a lot. I didn't play very many recent things. Not quite for a lack of trying, I want to say. But yeah, that's like 4% of my games were new releases. A big one was the Oblivion Remastered and Monster Hunter Wilds. I think those go for most of the time of the year that I played new stuff today. Yeah, it's been an interesting year. So I decided that can't really put up a game of the year like properly. It would be, I think, Expedition 33, but I have not played that personally. So can't really put it on. Can't really put it on today, and a lot of stuff I've played was recent from last year, like the end of last year. It was released, except I think, yeah, really only 2 big games coming up, and those being Monster Hunter Wilds and the Oblivion Remastered. Having a bit more of a look, but everything else at least was not released this year. Some of the games I've played have not been released at all yet. Some of the games are still in early access, but all in all, while I've played a few first time this year, they are a lot older. So can't really put a game from 2023 onto. Oh well, no, there was another. There was indeed another remake I could put on the list, but for me, game of the year should be games that properly released first time that year and not something I've played for the first time, which is why I am focusing on the games I enjoyed the most streaming today, this year. Well, if I go that I enjoyed the most streaming today, I might be very, very busy switching all back and forth in order to get this in, basically. But yeah, so that is why I'm not doing a game of the year from this year, because I just didn't play enough from this year to even really make it a list. Not really interested enough in the recent crop of releases to put something like that up. It's in a way very amazing that, well, no, okay, I'm getting a fourth. I'll have a fourth new game added this year. Make that five. That's another remake. No, that's actually from last year already. I just picked it up this year. Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3 was already released. Yeah, oh, no. Sure, no, I've really haven't played much from this year. And half of it was remakes. Sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, quite a bad um sheet for this year, that it's been just so little to play this year. I mean that seriously. I usually don't play a lot of new releases, but this year is really especially bad. I've had like 4% of my entire game time in anything released this year, and that is basically 2 games. It's like bad, bad. There's really so surprisingly little from this year. Um, sheesh. Sheesh. And my most played games, of course, are really not new. Are really not new. One of my big time sinks this year has been Elite Dangerous, omnipresent throughout the year. Um, yeah, and for those who don't really believe me, you can check out my Steam recap. It's public, so um, um so yeah, I mean, yeah, it's been a very rough year for the industry, and with how much they are still announcing, where I really worry about their integrity and their will to continue on. I mean, seriously, there looks to be a lot of trouble. Sheesh. And so let's focus on the few good things of the year. And I'll be first bringing back, as I said, I'm not going to do much of the story games, because how will you be able to show them? Well, be going back to maybe one or two of them, depending on how the time turns out to be, if I get a lot of requests in or not. Um, because there are some of the story games that are a lot more easily shown. So absolutely fine. So, one of the big games I'll be going back to. Not sure if I'm not going to be busy to fend off Dark Swarm attacks left, right, and center, and building up more shields or so on. Is Dyson Sphere program. I haven't played it I haven't shown it in a few months, and I actually haven't played it in a few months. Just didn't get the time to sit down with it again, so I am actually rather happy to just go back to it for an hour or two. Just for a little bit at the end of the year here. And we are decently filling up here, aren't we? Okay, let's have a look. So we went into Sinosauria. We have a big hive here. Then I'm not going to need to care too much about
flight mode.
Oh yeah. Just doing the burn off for everything here. Sheesh. Let's have a look at the planet. I came here for the grating crystals, didn't I? Yeah, absolutely looks like it. Just look at this production. How are we looking? Absolutely brilliant, though. Can I have that hole again? Oh, it's not all that easy. Let me put something about here. Defense. Should be charging. And it is charging, and I think with how this is looking, I'll be putting another one into the middle of here. Hopefully that gives a complete Yeah, that could go good enough to overlap. Not sure what the flickering here is. Oh, but now I remember I did want to... We have some nice copper and grating veins here. There's a good reason I haven't... cleaned up everything here. How are we looking? And there is really nothing... Nothing much here. I think I'll do at least one more screen here. Well, let's put it like here. Now I actually remember what I wanted to do on this, in this system. Build myself a dark fog farm. But I do want to have access to these two nodes at least. So, I'll be waiting for this to charge and everything. Let's get back to the... Oh, better protected part for sure. On the other hand, this seems pretty good. Let me put some... you don't fit there. Let me put some accumulators down. This planet is going to be absolutely stoked to have them later on. Or during the attacks. Might get a lot of stuff into the shields here. Oh, I'm just going to be using them up here. For a circumnavigation of the planet, as much as that is possible. Getting interrupted by the autosave here. That's nice to return. Really is. The waves upon waves of energy producers here. trying to get as much out of the planet, as much energy as I can, to really just have as safe an environment as I can make it. Me just going about here. Again, I'm seriously not looking for the most efficient one. I'd spend probably never building a factory because I'll always be planning it. Maybe in the future I'll go with an efficiency goal in mind on a resource limited galaxy. Although if you research well, down in vein utilization, you can reduce the losses of mining as well, so you can get down to basically infinite resources after a while. So let me have a look, because for this to work properly, did I want to leave them with this one? It has the sulfuric acid. Or this one. It has a little bit more fire ice. Where is my... Sheliak 5 is my big one, where everything goes to, isn't it? And Sheliak 2 is big producer here. Delivery, this is the big warehouse. Remote deploying some of the ships here. Bloody hell, foundations. Not really getting enough of them in. And the amount of plastics and graphene getting thrown about here. Whew. I think there's only one production here on this planet. Which in a way is fine. Do I have... As I said, this is probably always going to be looking a little bit meh. And I'll be needing to put a big ring around here. Am I doing any... No, I'm not really producing anything, am I here? Oh, there's a lot of graphene, and I consumed some deuterium. That's probably personal. Absolutely. That's absolutely my personal stash. Are we putting all of you back into here? Can't put anything more in there.
Flight mode.
Let's use all of this up. Don't think I'll be getting all the way around the planet. That's what the accumulators are for then. I know I'm quite serious about this. It's usually you want to use the accumulators to be able to balance out the solar panels. I'm using them as a raw energy storage. I hope that they are not based on any of our techs, because yeah, well, not too confident. We wouldn't need to replace them like every 5 seconds with how much... well, mine do not have to work all that much, but sometimes they have to work hard. And batteries do not like to be deep discharged, or like the lithium ion stuff doesn't like to be discharged deeply, and a lot of accumulators, except of course for the lead batteries that actually don't mind so much what they'll be discharged to, but the rest prefers a less deep discharge. Let's have a look. Yeah, we're not going to be charging them anytime soon. So,
Flight mode.
part 1 completed. I wish I could. Is there a toggle here for the shield? Not really. Let's go a little bit back. Or should I be using wireless towers? Let's see if with a wireless towers I can pull a better periphery around the hole here. Apparently they cannot be built in a row like this. Probably still a lot of the in-between needed. Now that I think about it. And I de facto also need the sulfur from here. Probably really have to go for enclaves.
Flight mode.
Well, you're taking 100 watts here. Is the planetary shield basically in maintenance mode, I see. Okay. I have no idea about the range of these bases here. Let's take 200 of these out. Can't even fit that many in. Let's hope we don't need too much of that. Okay, now I can generate a lot more than I'm currently consuming. Okay. None of them are looking out of the shield. If I put down... like a big primary row of turrets. Okay, actually really, really nice. Do I have enough turrets for everything? No. Oh, no. Like, seriously, no, I don't have enough. Oh, no. Woohoo! I don't have a lot. Okay.
Flight mode.
Do we have on the planet already... a copper production? Not really. Not really. So let's come up here, get this. Yeah, that should be enough. That absolutely should be enough even for a constant production need. Give me the advanced mining machine. Please cover everything. 20. There we go. Let me get the phone. And let me do some calculating. Time. So that is enough for a 1. So another 1,000 for... well, no. No. So 170% speed will give me enough for 1, meaning no. This miner is all that this really needs. So... Okay, no wonder...
Flight mode.
Let's put everything down. The closeness to the other power facilities might mean that we don't need to build another one of our own. Well, I could save one. And then I'll be bringing that up. What is my titanium consumption? I'm doing half of it. Currently doing half of it. I'm basically doing all the fire ice, all of the hydrogen fuel rods. Much more than I even could ask for here.
Flight mode.
I actually need to put another in. Okay. I'm not going to go as far as putting in another one immediately. So, how much basic ammunition can I produce with that? 600. That's 600 rounds. What do we have here? It's only 10. Ten basic factories. Let's pull them out. Yoink. Do I have... No, I don't. No, I don't. Do I? Okay, I'm doing half here. Okay, and this is exactly 1-to-1. So, in order to use up 600 here, I need 20. Oh, it's actually looking all good. Let's have a look. I don't have anything here. But Shellyak is building. Seriously, let us...
A seed is approaching your system.
Which bloody system are you approaching? Could it be the Menkip seed I've been seeing at the distance there? I mean, absolutely it could be that one. I was seriously under the impression that this would go a lot slower. But even building this Dyson shell, I have the feeling would not impact. And we just need to define all of the nodes properly. I really think this is just for aesthetic purposes.
A landing relay station detected.
Where on Electra 1, a seed is approaching Epsilon Lyrae. Epsilon is a problem. Electra shouldn't be a problem. Let's go clean it up.
Cruise mode. Warp engine activated. Darkfog base core destroyed. Warp engine deactivated.
And back home we go. Electra seems to be clearing those landings out fair and square.
Warp engine deactivated. Dark Fog base core destroyed. Cruise ended.
Blob, 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 blob.
Flight mode.
Cooking up all kinds of stuff here.
Flight mode.
Okay. So I'm cooking up 600. I want to be using 600 per second. Per minute, sorry. So that is 1 per second. So I need 20 facilities. Is that 20 and 400? So I'm making 30 per minute. I require 2 times 20 is 1200.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Okay, that's another big blueprint here. You'll be doing titanium ingots. No, seriously, I think I'll be putting that in here. And not over
Darkwalk
yonder.
Base Core destroyed.
And in we go. So, I said I needed 20. Collection goes through the middle. Need to put in some more towers.
Darkwalk Base Core destroyed.
Seriously? I can really put them in between there and I don't need to worry too much. In. You'll be producing the second rounds, the titanium rounds. Hello, Stinger
Darkwalk
Man.
Base Core destroyed.
Welcome to my last stream of the year. I hope you're having a very great time And yeah, I hope you're looking forward to the new year. Let's pour all of that in and let's see if my calculations were correct. Happy to hear that. I hope that you're really not getting... that you'll all have a great year. So... that's something we can only hope for, though. Okay. Okay, let's power that one. Nope, not here. This is what I wanted to look at. So as soon as production ramps up, we'll have 600 per minute of these as well. Bullet consumption reaches 360 per minute on any planet. I'm just reproducing them, though. You mean it doesn't matter?
A seed is approaching your system.
I have to take a look at Elfekra.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Okay, I'll need to go take a look at that soon. This is not... this is not going to be final. Let's get this up. Come on, come on.
Flight mode.
Okay, I'll be doing a big ammunition storage here just for basically the latest available one, and then I'll go over to Elfekra and put up and fetch some more building buildings and building material.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Okay, how is the power looking? That is full. So currently producing about 0.9 gigajoules. A gigawatt, sorry. I have that in joules, so that is seconds. As a time factor, 0.9 means I have about 150 seconds of energy storage. That's not a lot. That's seriously nothing. Yeah, and this is emptying out all into the big one down here.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
And I want some storage in between here if possible. And you're basically calling in the strikes into this direction. Okay. How is the dark fog moving in the system? Not all that bad at the moment. Okay, I'm not at this planet, so that's not all that helpful. Okay. So I have a hive coming in here.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Let's go destroy this one.
Warp engine activated.
And then I said I'm going to go to Sheliak and be putting up with more resources
Dark
here.
Fog base core destroyed. Warp engine deactivated. Dark Fog hive core destroyed.
Come back, everybody. Okay. A lot to build, a lot getting sucked up here. That's all nice, but I did want to go to your outermost planet here.
Warp engine activated.
Let us have a quick jaunt over.
Warp engine deactivated. Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Very, very busy suddenly. In that I have a lot to restock on. Getting all the last parts in here. And then I want 1,200 more in order to finish it off.
Flight mode. Dark Fog base core destroyed.
We're all working at maximum
Flight mode.
capacity here.
Flight mode.
That's like a huge tug of war between getting all of that back. Okay. So, let's go back to Sinosauria. And let us put more readiness in there. So we were looking at 3 here.
Flight mode. Cruise mode. activated.
Hello, welcome in Faceless. This is a game I've played earlier in the year. And since I'm doing a little bit of a recap of the year, I'm back at it. This is Dyson Sphere Program, a factory game in the vein of Factorio, just spread over multiple planets, multiple solar systems.
Dark Fog Base Core destroyed.
And you do
Warp engine
have...
deactivated.
or I do have here an adversary I'm fighting with, well, more crushing into
Flight mode.
oblivion, it feels like. Okay, and I have the feeling I'm not producing enough anymore here. Yes, please fill up the bands again completely. And so yeah, you build factories, you build smelters, and you try to maximize efficiency. You try to defend your planets, and I've been doing too good of a job of it, destroying the orbital bases so that the planets don't get attacked. That I've been missing out on some stuff. Or would I need these for that? So there is a way to work with these fragments you get from the Dark Fog to do really like research for it.
Dark Fog Base Core destroyed.
Launch silos, artificial stars. That is all fair and good enough. And acquire useful intelligence. So pickup range goes out all the way. All the way over here. You want to play Sanctuary. Okay. Haven't... An RTS subcom style. Forever in development. I haven't heard of it yet. Doesn't seem to be on Steam at the moment, at least. Well, I went through and realized I've bought like something like 2 new games this year. I seriously went through all I have and like 2 new games this year. A true Supreme Commander Descendant. Well, you are making me curious. Let me have a look. Sanctuary Shattered Stun. Hey Steam, why didn't you show that to me? Sanctuary. Yeah, from the screenshots, looks like a Supreme Commander successor. Okay. Not seeing anything here to play a demo. Level +4 Patreon donor. So probably like €100 or something like that a month. Everything is simulated. That is actually nice. Earth Defense Alliance. That's very close to the UEF. The Chosen. The Guard.
Base Core destroyed.
So in development about 5 years, 10,000 units. So for each player, I'm guessing, so 80,000 units. Release around 2005. Okay, I'm not seeing the Patreon. At least not on the... Oh, those are the guys that made the Nomads. Although I'll be honest, I haven't played the Nomads a lot. They're not in the official rotation, so I'm not really playing them a lot. But yeah, so they do have experience. Yeah, and they never really got into everything they needed. Okay, something that is really weird is that you have a Dyson sphere with a Earth-like surface on the outside with starlight, so it must be a binary system. This has to be a binary system.
Darkfog Base Core destroyed.
It's Soul. Okay, I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, cool, a binary system. No, you don't have... no, it doesn't work like that. Okay, fair. You're probably not... They're probably not experts on that. Fucking everything. Okay, fucking everybody. Okay, sorry. Okay, so it's a big plot hole. Okay. At the end, fair enough. It's a game. But yeah, concept seems cool and everything, so... Paid once. Well, I'm probably not going to be... I'm probably not going to be asking too many questions then. We made something cool, which looks more or less cool, and then... Shattered Sanctuary. I'm not finding their Patreon. Let's have a look. There we go. $5.10 with credits.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Pre-alpha testing. That is expensive. That is unfortunate. That is too expensive for a demo. For a pre-alpha. Yeah, no. Well, I really hope that they are good on schedule. I'll definitely will be taking a closer look at this. I'm not sure if they can do anything with this.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Is this basically just the drops I am getting, or how does this work? You just watched the YouTube videos and you're already hype for it. Fair enough, fair enough. And I saw that I had it wishlisted on Steam, so I've heard about it and then forgot about it again. Shall I really go all the way around? I don't have enough turrets for that. And do I need it with the signal generator?
Dark Fog Base Core destroyed.
Okay. I do want a missile ring though. Not exactly sure. Let's make that a missile turret ring. So yeah, I'm not sure if you know, but do you know what game, what RTS first came out in this style of, well, Supreme Command? It was not named that. It had a different name. I wonder whether you know about it. There's always been... And yeah, seriously, with... No, that's the wrong type of turret. Yeah, it was Total Annihilation, so you do know about it. That was the question, yeah. Haven't... You tried playing it? Too old? Too old for you? Something like that. Or too weird to... Okay. Yeah. So you have some control issues that, well, never got fixed because it didn't get any updates anymore. It has some. I do think that it run like... Yeah, okay. For multiplayer, it's scuffed because you're not going to be able to bring much to it. It really will... if you know what you're doing, you can really, really break it. In single player, it runs pretty fine, and it now being part of the GOG conservation program makes me quite happy, and I hope that they can keep it working for many years to come, you know. I'm just not going to bother. Beyond All Reason was or is a lot closer to Total Annihilation than it was to Supreme Commander. I've played it a little bit. When I was playing it, it was clear that this is an early version and that it still needs work, so I decided to give them the time basically to do that work. Although I'm currently not exactly clear on where where they're standing. I haven't opened it in a while already. Mainly because my main RTS I've played the most this year still remains Brood War. Although seriously, Supreme Commander with the streaming schedule has put up some serious a serious challenge to the dominance of StarCraft for me this year. Yeah, the units were very, very fragile. You basically had no time to kill. Basically, bloop, 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 everything disappeared, which, to a degree, I can understand what they are trying to do. Get the time to kill down, make it more exciting. Every unit needs to be counted better, or accounted better. But while time to kill doesn't need to be as large as it was in Warcraft 3, which, I mean, seriously, well, yes, the D-gun was very powerful in Total Annihilation, because it was basically the Hail Mary for the commander. So you don't mean the units, you mean the... Okay, you mean the base is too fragile. I found the units very fragile as well. But yeah, that is true. It once you have an exploding building, everything goes boom, boom, boom. Like everything is as a power plant from Supreme Commander. Which is basically going to be keeping time to kill down. I mean, time to kill your opponent down. Might not be... Okay, let's finish that up. These are going to do slurp, slurp, slurp. Good morning, Tira. I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, that could also happen in Total Annihilation if you had a really windy planet. Upgrade. It turns out that that is really damn powerful in an RTS. If you have like a scalable system and then suddenly you have 900 or 1200% wind generation, but it was it was more random, let's put it like that, before in Total Annihilation, and I am seriously was never angry that they put it down. Yeah. Cheap, quite efficient, not a very valuable one. Yeah, I really was hoping for something more for Beyond Reason, which currently I'm not really getting. I'm not really seeing as well. Okay, sheesh. Let's say I want to purely take the iron ingots. So one factory needs 6 30 times a second, so 10 factories. Oh. Like completely lost or just not public? Completely lost. Yeah, and a decompilation is only going to get you that far. Yeah, so you're basically going to have to decompile it. You playing some Rise, Tira? I hope your hunts are going well. For your Isabel save. Okay, yeah, have a lot of fun. Hopefully it's going... Your hunts are going well. You'll have hopefully a lot of fun with it. Like seriously, that's another 10 factories? Yeah, that's another 10 factories. And then what would I need for the second level? A ton more, I see. A ton more, I see.
Flight mode.
Yeah, but if you're chasing rumors, which maybe it's not meant in a mean way. I'm pretty sure that the team are chasing down those rumors, the FAF team. It'll be so much cleaner working on it. Yeah. Maybe with a little bit of luck they can announce a fantastic result soon. That they had this moment of luck and found it. It'll help them a lot. Okay.
Flight mode.
Do I have the room to set something down here? Possibly. And that should be enough for everything I need about here. Probably need to do it somewhat like this. to provide everything. I really understand what you say. Their profit. It is going to be a lot easier to be able to switch if you can keep the models and everything the same. Else you're going to recreate everything, but it's going to look different. Fair enough, you're going to be able to get used to the new look, but it's not all that easy. It's going to feel like a new game, and it's going to require a lot of adjustment for a lot of people. But I also understand, yeah, it will keep you out of the copyright. Tira, I'm also very happy for you. So, really happy that you managed to get that done today. Not being able to have to use your phone, that would have been a huge inconvenience. And I'm really happy that all of that worked out for you today. I mean, fair enough, if there are enough models and factions about to be able to use it and just adapt it to the old buildings. See, I'm not. I think for the entire FAF community, it would be so much easier if they were to find the source code and keep it as a mod for Supreme Commander.
Flight mode.
It may not be the most easy solution to get all of that. If you can make it, though, this would be the easiest to really keep the game going for a lot longer.
Flight mode.
Well, I am very happy it worked out all fine for you today. Yeah, it does sound like an issue like that, but I don't think that is all. Seasonal depressions in colder and darker climes are actually not only related to a lack of vitamin D. It helps, but it's not only that. It's more. It's as always a more complex issue than a simple look would grant it. The body is unfortunately terribly complex and needs a lot of attention and stuff. Does this work? Very nice.
Flight mode.
Fair enough, I'm not saying that everybody has that problem, but in general, it is a problem that is suffered from. Yeah, that is also, so you have the cold, you have the slipping and falling risk, so there's a lot going on there for you, Tira, that makes you not want to go for it. So if I had 150... So 60% is sufficient, and this is the maximum really I can currently take out here. So I'm not sure how much the spiked boots are going to be able to help for locomotion. The old boots, like medieval boots, had spikes, and there was like a serious issue that those spikes helped on some surfaces, like off-road or like off-path, and then you have the issue that as soon as you were on a road, especially when it was wet, those things slipped like hell, basically. So, not quite perfect. Okay. I wanted to smelt down some more copper here. Oh yeah, that can be terrifyingly slippery. And there is not all that much you can do to have a quick remedy of that. No local planet. And yeah, the frozen rain is some of the worst you can actually encounter. It's horrid. Or it's horridly slippery. Yeah, no, that is terrifyingly slippery. So, let me have a look. I am... So 30 per minute times 10 for the 10 factories times 3. That means I need 900 circuit boards by 120 means I need 8 factories. I don't need circuit boards. I don't need circuit boards. Okay. Do we have a better iron source here in the vicinity? Yeah, there's an 18. Although, seriously, I do not want to waste the resources too much. So, 2 normal ones. seriously, I would be actually quite happy with a little bit of snow. And snow is a lot better to walk in. Not to drive in, fair enough, but to walk in like a like up to, I want to say, 8 centimeters or so, absolutely fine to walk in. Well, send it over. I'll take it off your hands. Yep, I seriously would not mind. Okay, you're not in a great position there. Yeah, that's a lot. But I'm also not too unused to having bring that down and then bring that around for the Although if I can, I should take this up one at least and then go around. Yeah, okay, I can see that that is going to be making it a lot more comfortable. Now you just need to, I don't know, self-heating boots, going to be terribly energy inefficient. Have something that is able to grip your surface properly. But yeah, no, absolutely, I can understand that that is going to make it a lot more comfortable for stuff like bringing out the garbage. And yeah, I mean, black ice, I think, is always going to be an issue. No, I don't. That's the wrong orientation to build it. Let's make it 4 and 4. So output, input iron, input iron. Yeah, that's the issue. If the ice is nice, thin, and just slippery, you won't see it until it's too late. Yeah. It's going to be an invisible coat over the road. No questions asked. And that is absolutely not something you want to walk over. If you'd see it, at least you'd know to be more careful or to be slower, but no, you're wrong. I'm not going to build you, I'm just going to be building a part for you. let me connect to the smelter here. I will need a lot, won't I? Yep, 900 about per minute. And then the water can pool slightly, and yeah, no, I see the issue. It makes for properly treacherous conditions. And then nothing happens. All the times you're extra careful until the day that you feel like, oh, now it's going to be fine, it's not too cold or anything, and then suddenly it pulls the feet out from under you. Yep, no, I get it. That's going to be a horrific feeling. That alone is going to be not a great feeling. Okay, how shall I do? Let's put the outputs here. Let me put a pullover to back here for a good storage, and then every machine should be connected here. Well, I really do hope that it's not going to be happening again this year, nor any of the future years, that you'll just have a comfortable and not dangerous way over to your dumpster, and that you don't get caught by any nasty surprises. I had some coal on the planet somewhere. Wasn't much, but I had some. There we go. Yeah. I hope you didn't break anything that day. And if you did, that you were healing well, but so 120% just to get to one full rotation here. Which system are you approaching? Menkip. Slightly out of misalignment is still much better than completely, but I won't pretend that it was comfortable. I get that now. That was a big issue, I guess. Yeah, even if you heal, the fear is going to be sticking with you. So I need 1,000. 1,400 more. Up to 1,400 more. Don't think I'll be taking that from here. That is 2. So 700. I can really manage to get this done on this side. At least again. Okay. Not going to be needing it, but again, I'll get 2 full ones down there. Okay. Yeah, I really hope you needn't risk that again this year, and that you get through it without falling or issues, and that, yeah. That is troublesome. That, yeah, no, I absolutely understand that is troublesome. That is not going to be comfortable, all of that. I get it, but you do have somebody now. It is going to be better, and I hope that you are not going to have a repeat of what happened before. So I have 900. No. I can understand that. Sometimes you do need some time off. That is, of course, not good for any of the people that require your help, but I hope that you can plan around that. So that is 30 from one factory, making 300 missiles per second, meaning I need 600 combustion stuff. Okay, so you should be stocked for groceries. That is at least something. So that is 20, 30 bloody factories. Consuming 900 coal. You watched all of Dragon Ball ZA. I'm not sure how long the ZA got. But it could have been. Was it as much as I think I remember? So quite a while. And you didn't sleep all that much in between, did you? So 10. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a great watch. And do remember that if you then need to take your sleep now, you really ought to be taking it. They showed up mid-freezer. Okay. So they showed up in the middle of the night? If you started at midnight, Frieza Saga is the second one out of all of the sagas, so you took a small break in between. Okay. So you did have some sleep after all, I'm guessing. May not have been terribly much, but a little bit still counts. We're pulling down there, we're pulling down here. So you took a break from Dragon Ball Z to watch a new movie. Cool. I have not heard of 100% Wolf before. Not even sure if there is anything that it would really remind me of. It's adorable. Well, I'm happy for that. I do watch. Well, I used to watch more before. I'm not able to watch quite as much anymore, but okay, it's a Pixar DreamWorks style without being from Pixar or DreamWorks, I'll be guessing. But yeah, that's actually rather nice that you have something that you enjoyed and then you continue to just finish through there. A third-party Australian. Okay. May explain why I haven't heard from it before. $600, and that is exactly what I also need for my consumption here. Okay, let's move this over like probably not. We don't get all that much for free. I'm not sure why, although I think it has to do with with the fact that we have a lot more public networks still, and for stuff like movies and so on, there are real competition still here. We have not declined by quite as much. Oh, absolutely. And if you take a look, you're always going to be able to find the movie for free. So it's much more a question of how much effort are you willing to put in. Where are my ingots here? I have 1,320 left over. Well, that I know that would not easily be accessible here. Again, we have authorities that are looking over some of that stuff. I haven't seen Broly, the Broly movie, in a long while. It was good, but I just haven't found the time for it so much again. But I am happy that you're enjoying your movies here. How much are you producing? Let me give this a quick check. Super Broly is different than OG. I've always considered most of it canon. Okay, but you're telling me OG wasn't part of the canon. Fair enough. Fair enough. So 280% is going to give me what I want from here. Okay. I think I'll just be finishing up the production line, sending it down to the launchers. And then go to another game I've played this year. And I wanted to bring back for my recap. Although the time is time is really going fast. Yeah, Broly is not for nothing considered the strongest Super Saiyan ever. So I do want a big smelter here. Do I want to do anything with that? Let's say yes. So we're putting... Let's put the smelter complex over here. yeah, OG was a lot easier to handle. Not like perfectly, but he was a lot easier to handle. But yeah, I mean, one part, fair enough, you're always going to have power spikes, and to try and tell a good story you need a strong antagonist, and if you have your main characters be that terrifyingly strong already, you need to put some effort in. Yes, absolutely they would have. OG Broly would not have stood a chance there, but... Well... Okay, now that I think about it, Goku is the strongest, but Broly is still the legend of being the strongest. I hope that makes sense. So I need 300 there. So that is 10 factories. That is 300 magnets and 600 copper. I think I still have enough because magnets are going to basically double up. Yes, they're going to be double up for the copper, so that's 900 copper I'm going to be needing. 120, 240, 360. Yes, he was styleless in a way. And just pure up punching. But I think there's an argument to be made that after a certain point it doesn't matter too much anymore. After a certain point of strength, there is not that much of a need for a large distinction there. Okay, base radius plus 1 meter. And more capacity. That should be... Okay, seriously, it's not guzzling all that much. Let's have a look. Okay, I hope the eye doesn't shrink too much here. Okay, hopefully nice space in the middle here. So 310 factories. Oh, that gets a little bit close. Let's put them down here. I hope that gives me 2. Pull this one down here. Pull this one down here. Whoops. I need magnets here, not... Okay, I'm going to need to litter a little bit here. Bop. 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 Close this, litter some more. Close this, litter some more. Pull the bad stuff in. And we litter some more. Dum dum. Okay. Let's put some power on here. We do the engines. Well, I'm really happy for you. I hope that you can be like this a lot more often this year. Wow. I do worry that it's not going to be, but hopefully, my worries are completely unfounded this year. That would be just so nice. Okay. Last component for the basic missile system. Coming up here. Let's distribute. And now they should start building me those missiles. So, while not perfect, you are able to look forward decently through this year. That makes me happy for you. Okay, let's see. Can I? Can't replace that one. Okay. Okay, I'm not quite sure how I'll do it for the updates and their transportation and all of that later on. Let's get it down. Level 17 should be enough. Should be enough to go over. No. 22, that's what I needed. Oops, seriously, not even 22 is high enough.
Flight mode.
And we're going to go over here a little bit. No, it is something I really can appreciate.
Flight mode.
It hasn't happened in me for a while. I've been keeping myself busy enough that keeping an eye on the time was actually really important. But this one just really went yunk. So, yeah. But I now managed to get about this, and I can just watch it travel across the circle here. Powering everything up. No, we're not going to attack the relay station. Okay, I hope that this is going to work out. I think I can...
Flight mode.
Yep, there the missiles are coming in. And now...
Supernova activate.
All turrets have a powerful ability, Supernova. Turrets will accumulate a large amount of energy for a short time once Supernova has been enabled. After accumulating, turrets will enter burst mode and fire extremely quickly for several seconds. Note, Supernova costs a massive amount of power. It can't be used if power supply is too low.
Let me see if I charge everybody here.
Supernova activate.
Yep, that is a decent spike in power usage, but I'd have two more things I wanted to do. And I think I'm going to pare my discussion of my favorite stream games down a little bit. Let's save. And there was one more game I wanted to play a little bit. Again, I am not going for most. I can't showcase really any of the story games we went through, because story is so much part and parcel of it that yeah, I don't feel like I'm doing the game justice if I am only focusing on the combat or another mechanic of the game. But there is one game that has been a lot of fun that has an arcade mode, and all in all, really, really, really nice in total. So I'll be doing a little bit more showcasing of that. I think it was Monster Hunter. I think it was very much Monster Hunter. Yeah. Now, of course, I do have the trouble. What I am going to showcase, and I am going to go to a game I have not played in a while as well. Another big one that I was playing a ton of on stream, but I haven't been there for a while, and I do want to do a few things with it. I mean, everybody who knows already knows. Let me switch the title over. It's been more than a minute since I last opened this particular game up. It's not that I haven't been playing a lot of Monster Hunter, but I was focused very, very much on Generations Ultimate, because I put myself into a huge and onto a huge project that I'm really trying to finish, which is why I do want to try and focus as much as I can on it. And even then, I enjoy so much going hunting with you guys that it is absolutely fine. That's fine, Tira. I enjoy hunting with you very much, so I enjoy all the multiplayer, which then means that, of course, I have not been able to get back here for a while. Which is a little bit of a shame. It's such a really good Monster Hunter game, in my opinion. Yes, Narga's debut. Good night, Rathian. Well, he got a little bit better. Not much, but a little bit. I really like how they show him preparing all that new armor. Yes, very pretty much. He has the same armor. He's also using a greatsword. I'm not sure if he has the Rathalos. No, he has a longsword. The Huntsman has a longsword. But he does wear the old style Rathian armor. Yeah, it seriously has been a while. Let me have a quick look around if I am missing anything, because I saw... So yeah, no, I did beat Monster Hunter there. Good old Poke Village. Haven't done the farm yet. Let's do the short round of the farm. Hello, you've had a lot of time to rest. I hope you thought up a new system to get that bomb into the mine. Well... no. Well, thank you for all of the stuff you've given me there, but I mean seriously. I hope that he doesn't fly into a wall or something after doing that. I mean, you let me know if it is a little bit too loud. It might be louder than the previous games, so it might be a tad too loud. And then we're just going to be planting more delicious power seeds. No easy boxing to do. Luckily, the inventory, well, on one hand, no. On one hand, I am absolutely fair with having more space to carry stuff around with. Makes some of the stuff just so much better. And all the kitty chefs, big meat and fatty tomato. Seriously, I do too. And it's not like they're technically inept, so he could have built a card system or something like that to pull the bomb in. But he still decides to carry it in manually, and every time I feel a little bit like, no, seriously, don't do that. That is not healthy. Like, at all. And well, we see the results. He does not listen. I don't have a lot of iron ore at the moment. Which, to a point, is normal. I'm not really mining for it at the moment. Yeah, you're not getting G rank properly. Yeah, in a way, I'm absolutely in agreement that that is just not something you should be doing. Probably not sitting down for Rajang today. What am I missing here for the Daito? just some Garuga stuff. Might go want to fetch that. Well, with Charmeleon he should be resistant. Well, there is no really blast stuff in Pokemon, if I remember that correctly. That might just go as fire, so at least he has an immunity there. Nope, I'm not improving the Holly here. And this is now well, there's a reason they chose to use bombs over anything else. I'm not going to pretend I understand that, but I'm going to at least pretend that they have a reason for it. Got this, got this. Still need a Heavenly Rathian scale there. Strong Basarios wings and some top grade red horns. I have the top grade white horns. Don't have the Economos Slicer yet. I have this one. I have the Wooden Blade just maxed out. Need some more Famitsu tickets, but out of this, I'd seriously say that I have everything else. Why not start with the Strong Basarios wings? Let me have a quick check up. No, I either have some Basarios equipment already. There we are, Basarios. Water resistance and ice resistance. So dragon it will be. So I'll be bringing my bow. I did at one point start hunting him with a bow, and that makes for quite the difference in experience. Let's go into the gathering hall.
Hi.
Strong Basarios is still G rank, but it's not G1. Multiple Basarios, there we are. Yes, I do want to buy a few things. That'd be coatings, and that'd be some empty bottles. Where are the nitro shrooms? There we are. Okay. Let us go to this one, and then one more hunt after that. I might go for Fatalis if I'm honest. Oh, I've forgotten to bring something. Let's going to be a hot journey. But for usual, I can finish the Basarios off in the colder the cooler areas where I don't need the cool drinks, so Mihalbe, yes. For the end of the year, I decided to make a little bit of a recap of the games I really had fun with this year, and Monster Hunter is definitely part of it. I've played a ton of GU recently, so let's go back to the roots basically. I don't think I'm going to be doing this during my Monster Hunter weekends at the moment for Yep. Don't be bloody in front of that. Standing a little bit too close. I hope that was mostly into the wing. That looked a lot like wing hits. I need to really take a look at the poison gas. As long as I'm decently far away, that should never hit me. No psycho kitties. I mean, fair enough, that's not really something you want to bring along if you can help it. Okay, that is all the coatings for this exemplar. Oh yes, for Adept it's pretty fun. I've never really gotten my cats into the bombing. Although I have, they have a few bombs about. I think Kid has a bomb or two he can use, but he's not mainly a bombing cat, so. Okay, that was lucky. I'm not saying that they are not useful. They are very useful to break parts and so on, for example. And as a gunner, you don't have to worry quite as much about it. Okay, That arrow went all the way over into the far blue yonder. Seriously, I'd say that at one point I should be able to break those wings. Of course, targeting the wings this much is going to slow down the kill. Okay, he's moving off, and he is luckily moving exactly where I had hoped for him to go. Yeah. And having had a lot of thoughts over GU, the monsters, I really was thinking a lot for when I was presenting the games. I wanted Monster Hunter in there, and which one I should present. I had a lot of criteria which took this one out of the equation at least. But I came to the conclusion that this is the earliest Monster Hunter that I'd still, if the person is ready to invest the time into it, to get the emulator running and everything, this is the Monster Hunter I'd suggest, the first Monster Hunter of the series I suggest to play. It has more of the weapons, and can I get out of range? No, can't. Oh, we got it once. I'll get it a second time. And while it didn't do too much damage, luckily I'm very strong against fire here. It did hurt and it was annoying. Assist trap cats, yeah, I think that is a very strong thing for the cats, assisting and trapping and all of that. Almond luckily doesn't have too much to do. Didn't get poisoned. Didn't get injured too badly. Yes, you will need some cats you can put to use to as monster hunters and so on. Having a selection of every like every speciality there is very helpful because they have different strength when they go hunting in GU. So you'll need a few. I am not sure whether it is me making the mistake here or whether gunning is just that much slower. If I'm just doing so much more damage, less damage here than I would have been doing in GU. At least it feels like it. There are quite a few nice bonus skills there. Again, I've been focusing very much my time on some specific stuff. I'm not looking for Eltalite or Basarios. Yes, finally, one more. The bomb attack, and I believe healing bias, I'll need to use auxiliary cuts. I'm sorry, I don't quite remember that exactly anymore. I think you're right. But that is not necessarily an endorsement for how... Yeah, again, I am not the perfect ask there. Bomb, gather, attack, heal, and assist. That's quite a few less than for GU, but not too bad. Okay, you run away. Now we have a new Basarios here. Yeah, not going to try and break anything here. Whoops, that's what I wanted to do. There is a successful one. Yeah, Defender, Blaster, Thief, or is that Gatherer? Trapper. Trapper is a speciality in GU. Then there are the Beast Cats. The ones that got introduced in GU specifically, the new speciality of the cats. No. Yeah. That's a fair hit. That is big time my fault. Yeah, you usually don't expect it from him, and then when I saw it the second time I was like, I'll be prepared, and then I was like, no, not if I do that. Yeah, when it actually fires, it's really catching me off guard. We're standing a little bit close there. But the good Piers, just how much damage does this do? Must be a lot. No, they don't. In a way, yeah, they're the kids' version of Gravios, but... And they don't always manage to go through with the beam here. Uh-oh. Gravios do, but you're right, the Basarios are a lot less aggressive with the beam. But they can successfully pull it off, it's not like impossible. They really try for it a lot more in Freedom Unite though. Again, which I'm not exactly bemoaning, I think it's very fair to use something you have, or you think you might have available. Okay. This one is really, really good. Yes. Rightfully so, he's always been doing those a lot. But he's a lot harder to get about with, so actually having ranged and long swords is, I think, the best thing to do there. Yeah. Very nice of Almond there to help me out a little. But I do want to make sure I'm not going to card regardless. I think Black Force, for you, Black Gravios hated everybody. I think he even hated other Black Gravios like most of the time. Oh yeah, his shell is super tough. Not sure. I do think I have it. I probably have it for you, but I can't exactly remember it. But yeah, he's super tough. He is very aggressive. He can withstand a ton of damage. Oh, and it was fire element. And if I remember correctly, it was your starting game? Or your second game? So... I'm not going to be harsh because of that. I mean, these things take time to figure out, and there are explanations for it, but it's not like super well explained. Okay, that felt like a much faster kill. I hope that I'm getting what I need from him. Yay! Finally! I got the second strongest Arios wing. Probably going to be needing tons more. I'm not going to... I don't think I can really put something across there. I think that the fact that it is not put front and center. Well, if you had a lot of raw damage, that was already helpful. But yeah, it is not like you get told, make a weapon like this for this monster, try it, and then see how much faster you are, and the hammers do like a lot of raw power. But yeah, absolutely not terribly well explained, unfortunately. Shell, and another wing. Hey, thank you very much. Sword and Shield is a fine beginner weapon. I'm not sure how its damage and scaling was exactly, going through everything. Didn't use any potions. I'd like more well-done steaks. To Pink Rathian and Hub, I think Pink Rathian was the second part. And then, no, Pink Rathian and Hub, Black Ravios in Village. Okay, my bad. Yeah. 4 star. He is a little bit of a wall, absolutely. Not going to pretend otherwise. Yeah, I am the hunter. Thank you very much. And then you were, well, this sword, this Zelda sword, this Master Sword, this good sword. And you could get it at HR1. Okay. Then it probably was an easier quest, though. Arrange equipment, there we are. You are just raw damage. You can get in there behind the other swords. Ooh. Shah Dalamadur. I don't think you got through that on your own. Not because I think you're a bad hunter, just I don't think anybody would get through Shah Dalamadur at at hunter rank 1. I think he just has too much. Yeah. Shit happens. And now I can absolutely see that that was like a huge hard quest, and then you saw him and you had help to get it done. Seriously, if you were coming along there with me, I'd say you come out once, you have a look, and then you sit in base camp, because Hunter rank 1 is not going to do much there. If you even have a part you can go through with that weapon at that moment. The chest maybe, but I always made a point to so if I'm not bringing handicraft, I always make a point to sharpen at least when I lose blue sharpness. But having purple and sharpening after you go down to blue is a lot. It had a lot less health and defense. Oh, so it was not an official event quest, it was a custom event quest with the limitations removed there. Okay, okay. Still missing. Like, how many holes in the armor even do I have? Come see them camp solo, yeah. And you got the Zelda set. I am really... I'm actually happy for you. I mean, sure, you could not do that alone, but you got a nice set out of it, and that is nice. Yeah. I will say that I appreciate that from them, putting in that amount of effort and helping a new player. Okay. Oh yeah, absolutely. That must have also been a very dense experience, let's put it like that. Strong Fatalis Crimson Wings, Big Elder Dragon Jewel. I keep saying I'm a longsword user, I'm not that much of a bow user. If you take a look at the gold card, I think, yeah, very much that is bearing that out. Oh yeah, you would have had the intro cutscene of Shaw and then the low ranking armor. I haven't been playing since August. Definitely more left to do. Definitely. Let's give it a save, and I want to say that I have enough time to go over... Oh, yeah, I forgot. Save, then exit. Whoops. Let's wake up out of dreamland here. Yeah, and it was then intended for a completely different rank and all of that. No. That is absolutely, I think, a correct assessment. Making him a joke is, I think, the correct degree of severity that happened to him. Yeah, if I'm going to do that, I'll be bringing some more stuff here. So another round of power coatings, another 20 empty bottles with more nitro shrooms. Okay, it only upgraded to high rank, but for below there, absolutely I can understand making mincemeat out of a lot of stuff, and then struggling as soon as the monsters have a lot more armor and so on. White beam of light, scarlet skies. That's basically the same reward. I'm gonna be doing the normal type of the quest here. You never managed to meet the menace that is Apex Seregios. Have I eaten? No. Let me run to the kitchen. I do want to eat 4 Fatalis. What was it? Fish and fish, I think. Hairy tuna, crimson sea bream. Probably no active anything. Okay. Even after a while, I'm still remembering this properly. You've seen the quest and you work and... Okay, so you're going with a Digby interpretation there. I have to say, fair enough. I'm not that well into the lore of Animal Crossing that I know everybody, but I'd say that Digby is is like a mole. Okay, this one already got some arrows stuck in him. And they're using greatsword, sword and shield, hammer and lance. Well, that's already 3 weapon category brown sheets. Okay, okay. So, not a mole. Not that I mind too much, as I said. I'm absolutely unaware of the specifics of... Okay, that makes sense for the siblings. Seriously though, I'd rather fight you over there. At least I have not contradicted myself with the amount of knowledge I have about the game. Be a friendly Fatalis, there we are. Almond is probably going to be kicked hard enough to be withdrawing again soon. And yeah, Fatalis, while still being an absolute menace, I've always found is rather going to be simplifying in bloody hell. Yep. Oh, Rossetti is the mole. Okay. I remembered something about there being a mole. And I thought that was Digby, or Digby, although Digby I think is the proper pronunciation. Bloody hell. I had to run out of stamina there, didn't I? Uh-oh. I do need the potion. 8 more hits. No, 9 more hits. Until my first card. I've seen Rossetti in the GU file, and that's probably also where I took the fact that there was a mole. I don't think I'll be overdoing it much. If I say that I learned more about the specifics of Animal Crossing lore from you than anywhere else, I seriously haven't played it. Tom Nook? Yeah, he is the lone shark in a way. And okay, he's a raccoon. I know of him being a loan shark and all of that, but I could not have told you what animal he was. Dang it. I don't know how much that technicality mattered. They may be the same family as raccoons. Again, my biological knowledge is not sufficient to be able to be answering that question. I think for that, it's close enough that I don't mind that localization. Especially for a children's game. But But seriously, like... calling rice balls hamburgers or something like that. I mean, you don't need to call them onigiri, but they're clearly rice balls. Don't go messing with that. Might seem weird to the kids, but I mean, it is what it is. Oh, there's fireballs coming down. There's fireballs coming down. Oh yeah, jelly donuts. Jelly. Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah. No. They were definitely not having jelly donuts. Freaking localization of the anime. I mean, fair enough if you don't see what people are eating, you can call it whatever. If you show something, even calling it a sandwich might have been better, but... Oh, I just had an idea for a good punishment for that localization team. We'll bring them proper onigiri filled with a jelly donut. Like with a jelly filling instead of something proper. One for everybody and they have to eat it. Yeah. I'm seriously thinking that the first team is still the best team. Although sometimes I seriously wonder how many Pokemon champions there must be for... It doesn't seem you're allowed to age until you become champion or something like that. Well, I mean, yeah, it's a nice wordplay, but how are you even going to be bloody doing that? You're not wrong, but every time I thought, okay, how the hell are you going to do that? Although Misty and Ash were really happy to could really consider themselves happy having him along. Don't get wide. Okay. We keep moving. Well, I think unsurprisingly, okay. Misty was the youngest of a ton of siblings. Brock was the oldest of a ton of siblings, and he was also slightly older than Ash and Misty, and he felt some decent responsibility for taking care of them, and having somebody about the same age as you treating you like you don't want to be treated anymore is going to lead to trouble and to bickering and all of that. Oh no, sorry, yes, Ash, you meant. Yeah, I read Grog for some reason. But she also had those issues with Grog where she didn't want to be treated as a child anymore. But yeah, those two... Yeah, those were a little bit of different times where you could really still be savage. Stop, 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 stop! Okay. It's not too bad, Almond. I could very much use a heal here. Oh, yeah. I had completely forgotten about that horror movie line, yeah. Okay, Fatalis is starting to heat up again. I can use a little bit of sustenance. Almond is doing his little dance come this way, but no, he turns towards me. Still got hit full force here with a fireball. And that is why I'm fighting back here. Well, I got hit 6 times so far. It's not brilliant, but it's also not the most terrible ever. At moments I needed a lot more. And there he comes charging in. Yeah, I'm too aggressive. That was ouch. I hope I'm not getting scratched again. Hit number 5. Yeah, I'm looking toasty here. That's another big charge. Into that wall. The easiest, Black Fatalis is always the easiest, but White Fatalis is also really a bugger because of the armor mode he has. Oh, that's not as much of an issue for if you're a gunner, but he's still making less damage and it's still taking a while. But yeah, these are not the tame equivalents later on. He might look a lot easier, but everything, at least as a gunner, hurts like hell. Black makes it a lot easier for the hunter because you don't need to worry about any meteorites when he's streaming. White has a similar problem with lightning that he can pull. And I also wouldn't quite say that this is OG, because OG would be in Monster Hunter 2. Where, yeah, he's also a tough one. Or was it Monster Hunter 1 already where they introduced Fatalis? I'm not exactly remembering. And then, even though he has already taken damage, I am going to be betting I'm not going to be killing him. Yeah, he has that as well. An absolute menace of a move. Okay, that's another cooling effect expired. Should be the last one I need to take. We're running ahead towards the 25-minute mark, around which I'm expecting him to run away. Although, having focused on the wings so much... No, he's far too far away. Thank you for the flinch. Happy to see that I'm doing some damage, but... we always need to assume stuff is falling down onto you. Yeah, the big Billie Jean. Big one is angry again. Luckily the range of this is very decent. I mean, decent for the hunter in the Scream being super short. I think they had to make that one short. Because of the way he works, there are some safe spots about. It's a lot less easier to dodge in Freedom because it just comes out so much quicker. So the time between the warning and the... Okay. Yeah, okay. As a cat, you just go like, yep, see you in 5 and... Okay, let's wait another minute. If he doesn't flee, what he might not do. Okay, are you going to be running away, or do I want to have another stake here? Ah, that's fine. Yeah. No, I understand the ads are there and all of that. That's fine. I do like it. I do like the nickname Billie Jean. I think I would call it Big Billie Jean, because he also has a small Billie Jean when he just calls down the lightning by screaming and not making a whole show of it. Okay, that one disappeared. Ah, bloody hell. The angle looks good, but there is that one behind the camera that can still hit you. Still vulnerable. Okay, of course with that, I wouldn't have been surprised had I gotten... Okay, cool. I don't mind that. I mean, if you like a nickname from somebody else, there's nothing wrong with taking it for yourself or using it yourself. Okay, let me see. Okay, we're already a few minutes over. Yeah. We also had, when we had the 3-4 group, we also had quite a few nicknames about there. Because you really want to be able to quickly inform the rest of the group what is coming if you're seeing it. But in Freedom you didn't need all that many. We had Charge, Salto, and yeah, and then we had the fire for the explosion stuff for Teostra. We had the dive for Rathalos when he wanted to come down in a dive. We have fireballs when he just was shooting in the air. Tigrex still has the spin. That's a really good name, I have to say, yeah. Okay. I was already primed to miss that. And that's another. Perfectest timing, Euer Majestät. Okay. You couldn't have done better to time the cool drink running out there. You just couldn't have timed that any better. Okay, that's flying all the way over there. I don't really want to fight you there. straight ahead at the range of... Luckily I planned for a lot of extra time here. Oh crap, that hit me. Damn it. Okay, that must have been just grazing me. You made the link when you said Mr. Bison's name. Yeah. But, start fleeing, you big oaf. Yeah, afraid so, Tira. I had a look. I was fine on the frames. So at least I was providing them to Twitch. It might have been on the Twitch side. Twitch can sometimes be iffy as well, but great. Yeah, I wish they would put more effort into infrastructure and discoverability instead of I don't know, they seem to be finally. He really had me on a little bit of a run there. I wonder whether he's quite close to dying and the game was like, come on, keep trying, keep trying. But yeah, if you try to get the big yellow dragon gems from them, they'll be fleeing 2 to 3 times at least. So you're looking at, how long did I need? 35 minutes? 4 times, so 2 hours 20 if you're quick, 2.5 hours for a single kill, so that's a lot. Yeah, and I really wish Twitch would improve their stability. the stream stability. I know it can't always be perfect, but again, I do think that they're putting too many resources. Solo, yes, it does take a lot longer, and it is much quicker with more, but you can always count on yourself being there. Well, I found that the amount the time goes down has reduced a little bit. Has reduced in later iterations. Okay, no idea why the armor seeds are over there. Okay, that first page looks good. I see what you mean. But I think that, seriously, if you have a proper team, okay, always feels very mean saying a proper team. If you have a team that is about equal in strength and that is equipped and able to do the quest, then the chance of carting should go down because there are more targets. At least that's how I feel. No, then that's fine. No, I do want to keep the tickets. If armor stones fall back here, the dung needs to be used. Okay.
Yo.
So yeah, these are a few, yeah, 2 of the games that I've been streaming this year. And when I had a look over it before, it's not all that big, but I did say I did want to pick and make a little bit of a list of stuff that happened today, not today, this year. And I did want to go over that, basically. So I'm not going to do that while hunting here. I won't have the necessary attention span to do either very well if I try to split it, and if I don't split it, well, I'm either going to not be hunting or I'm not going to be going through the list. So, where was that window now again? So, So, I had a few games I was playing this year. Again, surprisingly few. Um, I don't know, although fair enough, I don't know how many games another streamer would have gone through. Maybe I did play a lot of games. Maybe I didn't play in contrast a lot of games. Maybe that came from me playing through them. Again, I am not the big expert there. So, let me see if I can. If I can get this in properly. And just need to put this into consideration again. That's perfect. $220 and yeah, there is that. Fair. I understand really where you're coming from. If I had it on Switch, we'd be able to play together. In the same vein, I find it unfortunate that we can't play together. But for me, it made a lot more sense to buy it on PC. Which then, of course, leads to this unfortunate state. But there is now not really much to be done. So let's have a look at the games that I've played this year and let's give them a little bit of a rating. So, I've prepared a tier list. I'll be adding them one by one. I really understand, but I do not feel like putting another 400 hours in when I could put those 400 hours into GU. And you can't exchange the save files between the two systems, which and don't get me wrong, I really like I really enjoy Rise, but not enough to really want to give it another start, especially since I'm not the one to restart Monster Hunter games already. So there is a little bit there that just isn't going to really work out. Nope. You're not supposed to play music. But if you remember, then oh, did I kill the template again? Of course. Of course, I killed the template. So, the first game I played on stream was Metaphore Fantasia. It doesn't really come through here very well. Okay, let me put it like that. I can absolutely understand your perspective of that feeling very well and you enjoying that. And there are absolutely some games I am playing and I do enjoy starting over again. But those are usually games I can finish in 10 to 15 hours rather than I think I put like 200 hours into the first I put some time into Freedom Unite to finish it again. I think like 150, 180 hours. Although I really knew the game, I was already very decent at the game. I didn't need to learn anything. Took me 150, 180 hours to go through just low rank village. That's how thorough I am playing a game, and that is getting that in a doing that in a game like Monster Hunter again. You enjoy it. I'm absolutely happy for you. For Monster Hunter, it would not be all that enjoyable for me. So, I did want to go through the games I've been playing. So the first one, Metaphore Fantasio, just scraped into 2025 for 2 streams, I think. Not much more. 1 or 2 streams, barely scraping in for me to put it down. As yes, I did stream it this year, even if I just finished it up. I don't dislike it, but if I want to kill village stuff, I just can go back to village stuff with my normal file. Again, I can understand it. I can understand the perspective. It is not something that for Monster Hunter I would enjoy. There are shorter games, Metroid, Super Mario Bros, Kirby, that I don't mind going through again and again and again. But they're a lot shorter and they're not as open-ended. So there is a difference there. Let me come back here to yeah. So, but even if I want to take the more appropriate armor, I can absolutely do that. Make myself a decent low rank armor I feel like using, and then sell it on afterwards or delete it afterwards. It depends, but yeah. So I'll try to get back to the list. I don't mind tangents, but I do want to finish this in a more timely fashion because I do want to finish up about 16 o'clock. I do have a few things that I still want to do before going and spending the evening of New Year's Eve with friends. So, and I did want to go through the games I've played this year and where I'd rank them from after streaming them, not playing, streaming. This is only the list of games I've streamed. That's why I'm making a tier list. It's too much for a top 10 list, even if it would fit into top 15. Yeah, would fit into a top 15. So, I'm not even sure if we need D rank. So, second game I played through this year was Mega Man Battle Network, the first one. Was a fun game. I had some discussion about child responsibilities and those things where I really found that Japanese games tend to put a lot of or too much emphasis on responsibilities on children in anime and manga. There's a lot of children or teenagers that have really to deal with world-ending problems, and for some reason they're really the only one who can do anything about it. So yeah, possibly not the best view for the adults in these games, but as a child, you don't think too much about it. You're enjoying the story and you're enjoying the ride. Then we have, as the third game I was playing this year, God of War. And God of War, I think, will get an A rank here. A very, very nice game. Very seriously something for a hack and slash. It has a surprisingly deep way of approaching the story, making me really happy. It really follows the structure of the Greek tragedy to a T, basically. And even though it's not directly asking you to think like that, it asks you a lot about what Kratos is really doing there. If that makes sense, if he is sensible, or if he could be said to be sensible at that time or not. He is very violent. He is trying to reform. He misses his family. He is suffering from the fact that he himself killed them. And there's a lot there that really makes for an interesting game and an interesting character, where his violence is a lot more justified and justifiable vis-a-vis the older games, where he is really just going about to go have fun and kill things, and a lot less a lot less structured. Let's put it like that. So then, specifically for having it played as a story game and so on, Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, I have a lot of personal opinions about the mechanics and other stuff of Wilds. Changes that they made that I really find unfortunate. The way that they re-implemented the luck-based system for the talismans, I don't like. For the decoration, sorry, I don't like that, especially not if they are taking the. For God of War, we are talking about the 2003 version. So there is the tragedy in Greek mythology where the world and everybody is punching down at a certain guy. Yeah, I'll finish that later, but I do want to. I'm not sure if you've seen that. The older, like the 2003 God of War, it really starts out that he is going to have trouble after trouble after trouble, and all of it self-inflicted. He is making himself the tragic hero. Instead of accepting death, he goes and makes a contract with Ares, and then he follows Ares about and then kills his family, and then he can't accept that. He really can't accept that, and then that is what starts him on the revenge path. But even there, he can't help but not be going forward. So yeah, not and that is basically the tragedy that the hero. It's a lot of self-inflicted tragedy and a lot of karma coming back to bite and so on. With the exception that at the end, when he's trying to kill himself, he gets elevated to a god, which actually only prolongs his suffering. That is something that is really actually interesting and fun to see. But yeah, the 2 doesn't really build on that. God of War 2 doesn't really build on that and goes off the rails a little bit. Coming back to Wilds, though, so I have some personal niggles. And then there are, they have not been completely solved. I do know that the Gongmasios balance dropped, and they did some balance updates. It runs better, but the big performance upgrade is coming next year. Or yeah, still next year. It's still 2025. We're still only preparing for 2026, and I'm waiting for that. Before really giving it a try again, even trying to stream, because right now playing myself could work, or works. Let's put it like that. You know, it works. Streaming, not yet. So, not yet really come back to it. And I'm giving it some more chances. So this is not a final score, and I probably will be revisit. I hope that I have the opportunity to revisit it next year, that the performance issues are really, really tampered down, that it really is going to run fine, even if I want to stream it. But for now, I have to put it in D tier. That being said, once the updates drop, the PC updates, I'll be giving it a try. And if I can, I'll be playing it a little bit more during Monster Hunter Weekend to get a feel for it and to see how it feels once you get further up. I've finished the story and a few more quests up after that, so I haven't really gotten my teeth into high rank endgame. So I will be going back to that. This is a temporary one, and I hope that next year I can come back and fix that up a little bit. Or a lot. I don't mind broken weapons. If you have a really strong weapon, that's a lot less troublesome than the changes they did to the movement of the longsword. That is something that I'm never going to like. I'll maybe get used to it, but I won't ever like it. So I'll never be able to put it as a top tier Monster Hunter game for me. But I really hope that I can take it out of where I put it after running through the story, which was not a fun experience. After playing Monster Hunter World, I came back to a much older game. Okay. Wild Swing Lineage, fair. I miss that the longsword suddenly is like the hectic weapon, and you're going to need to swing it around very quickly and but charge up to that, and I don't like it in general when a game switches its control scheme on me mid game. That is something that I do react somewhat allergic to. But as I said, afterwards I came back to a much, much older game. A game that a GBA game. So and I had played a ton of it out of it before it couldn't properly showcase its gimmick. That's why Boktai is only getting a C grade. I enjoyed it a lot, but not needing the sunlight in order to use the sensor was a bit of a downgrade to the gaming experience. If you ever get wilds, you'd probably do hammer and greatsword. Yes, and that is something I know I keep repeating myself, where I feel that it is seriously nice for them to give so many weapon options, and so varied weapon options as well. Really, really enjoyable. And everybody can find something for them that they will be enjoying. Yeah. That is an absolutely fair assessment. Absolutely. You don't really have anything to say against that. You play what you enjoy, and if you enjoy the complexity of a weapon and play it for that, that is as good a reason as saying, I like this weapon, easy and simple. The important one is that you're going to have a lot of fun. You loved your bonk, and new greatsword is growing on me. I can absolutely understand that. I'll get to the next game in the year that I played, Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon. A bloody interesting game, bloody fun game. Gundam, this is the story of the original Gundam series. The series a lot more than the game was able to. I think the campaign could have been structured a lot more to go a lot more into that, but with the open-ended campaign where you were your own roving pilot and you collected the suits and you had to repair them, with that campaign idea, unfortunately, they were not really able to incorporate the characters to the degree that you would have needed to tell that story and tell it and do it justice. So the mech combat was a lot of fun, nevertheless, and that is why I'm giving Mobile Suit Gundam Federation versus Zeon B rank. And yeah, it has like very spectacular flinches after certain hits, and that can absolutely be one of the reason you want to play a weapon as well. All I ask if you're playing a weapon is that you hopefully will be enjoying it. Okay, stressing my computer a little bit here. After Federation versus Zeon, we played Mass Effect, the original. Well, I think a lot of people know Mass Effect, remember Mass Effect, have played Mass Effect. It was a huge game. Deservedly so. The first 3 were really, really good. The third one, they were hyping you up too much. They were hyping you up too much, and they didn't know how to tie that together. That was fitting for the hype, but the trilogy is still very enjoyable. I do want to get to the second part. Hopefully this year. I said that I want to finish all of the series that I've started. Fingers crossed. We'll see. But it's a very enjoyable game. It's not top tier, but it was at least as good as God of War. The story was a lot more character driven. The conspiracy aspect was very interesting. That a species coming back every 50,000 years wiping out all sentient life in the galaxy, disappearing, and having this cycle going on without anybody really having found clues for it was very intriguing. I do think that was decently done. That at the end, the species being desperate, they didn't prepare for the eventuality that you need to preserve information into a next cycle. And so you're only having fragments that could be found was actually really interesting. That enough data survived to even put the stuff together that they had is really nice, and the characters are really, really nice and drive the story forward quite nicely. You have some really impactful choices you have to make that unfortunately later on in the later games became a lot of work, let's put it like that, for the team, but overall they really did a good job with it. And the first trilogy is really a masterpiece of character story, more than environment, like more than overarching story. That was a very good framing device in Mass Effect, but the characters really carried the story, and that is why I think that the second one is still the strongest, with all the really strong characters, with all the personal issues you had to solve. Forget about the bigger picture for a lot of the game. Focus on your team, make that the best team you can, and then you go through and you together as a team confront this huge menace. Okay. Next game, Oblivion, the remaster of Oblivion. Oblivion has a pretty simple story if you boil it down, but the lure and the big important aspect of the game is actually your own story. You're writing your own story as the person, quote unquote, chosen to finish those as the hero of Kavash, where you went in and put down the first big gate that really ruined the city. That out of that position, manage to grow and rally the land, and protect it, protect the empire from oblivion. Not without help. You have the sacrifice of Martin, which is really interesting. Him becoming acquainted with the idea that he didn't want to be emperor because of his past, and smaller strands in the big story you're going to be weaving for yourself. I think better made than Skyrim. The balance, it was hit a bit better. You're not like the big chosen one from the beginning, but you become the big hero by your actions, allowing people to then call you the hero of Kavash and the hero of Cyrodiil. That's the name of the province. And for that, it gets another S rank. It was one of the best games, not better, of the best games I played today. And not today, this year. Okay. The next game I played was a lot more action focused again. Had a lot of fun with it. The original Space Marines. Great game. Can I do landscape? Yeah, that fits a little bit better. And this is best. Okay, let's go. Okay, I did not go through Shivering Isles. Did or didn't I go to Shivering Isles? It's there. I've started it for sure. But I may have finished beforehand. And that is only for stream. I did play through the entirety of the game back like 20 years ago when the original came out. No, I think I went through Shivering... I think I did play through Shivering Isles as well. I think I added it later on. So I finished the main story and then went back and did Shivering Isles, the DLC, yeah. But I'm not entirely sure anymore. Absolutely. As I said, it is combining your story with the overarching story and Oblivion out of all of the Elder Scrolls. Morrowind is no, it's better than Morrowind in that regard as well. On how it really found the perfect balance of your story that you're building up with the general story and you becoming the hero. Seriously, 2006 was the entire first part of the decade was such a blast for games. It's like and it lasted a little bit longer, like early 2012 or so on, and then unfortunately, yeah, more graphics, less creativity, more graphics is what needs to be solved. Not all. There's more. I'm working on a video like for shooters and why really going through why I do think that the 2-weapon system introduced by Halo really didn't go too bad. Yeah, 2003 was, I think 2003 was Ruby Sapphire and Emerald was 2005, I want to say, but don't quote me on that. But another game out of a golden era or yeah, I think we can call it the golden era for games. Was Space Marine, the original one. Really well done, really taking in a lot from the setting. It is not terribly complicated story-wise. You have some orcs, you have some chaos, you do Space Marine stuff, i.e., oh, we have big weapon, make enemy go boom, let's go use that. It's a little bit more sophisticated. There is the respect paid to the people, to the guardsmen by Titus, showing him is not only caring for victory, but also caring a lot for the people of the Empire, for which the Ultramarines are not all that well known. But I think it's very fitting for his character. Also, how he's developed in Space Marines 2. It's all very, very fitting and all very, very proper. And they show the Space Marine in the best light they can. What they can be, the heights of what the Space Marines aspire to. The next game I played, after a little bit of a break for my summer showcase event, which I'm trying to bring back next year. It's still next year. Hopefully, prepared a little bit better than this year, and still being a lot of fun. The first game after that I played was Dark Souls, the original. Dark Souls 1, well, not the original game, the remastered version, only putting up the graphics, having better performance and all of that. And I ran through Lord Ran for a while, fighting my way all the way over to Gwyn. Well, really good game. Still great, still unsurpassed in some of the aspects. An absolutely wonderful game. Maybe a little bit less so for newcomers. That's why I recommended Elden Ring over Dark Souls. We're having some ads. I'll be pausing here. No, Tira, I'll be waiting until after the ads to answer that. Yeah. For everybody who's still seeing me, it's been a really, really fun year. I was able to go through a lot. If I had not pulled so many repeats of Devil Summoner, I might have been able to get through another game before through another shorter game before December, but I really spend a ton of time with that. Yeah, that took a lot of time. On the other hand, really, really happy to have been there. I mean that. I'm really happy to have taken that time. Over a lot. And again, Tira, I'll be waiting until Twitch tells me that the ads are over, so I'm not talking and answering you during those ads. But yeah, that was a lot. There was really a lot. And I'm really happy for all of that. And I know I might be repeating myself here, but thank you for everybody who is here. I might not have I might not have grown as much as I would have hoped for in the beginning of the year, but I have grown. I have found a steady audience, as small as now it may be, and thank you all very, very much for being here so regularly, for being here at all, whether you be old or new, and it means a lot to me that you all come back so regularly and keep watching me. And while I do hope to grow, I will not want to change much of what I'm doing because, yeah, I found a great audience, and I'm really, really thankful for that. So, Tira, Pokemon Emerald was a really, really nice game. The auras having the Delta episode tagged onto it, really lovely. Really, really well made. I know you're not able to do as much with ROM hacks, but there is a lovely ROM hack by Smith Plays Pokemon, or Smith Plays. I think his channel is Smith Plays, and I'm always tacking on Pokemon myself, but he made basically 3 not graphical remakes, but he went through and optimized it and made the games the best that, fair enough, he felt they could be. He did that for Crystal, he did that for Yellow, and he did that for Emerald, and I do love his Emerald version. It really hits that nostalgia sweet spot. Fair enough, I played Sapphire a lot more than I played Emerald, but that is really really getting in there, really getting into that nostalgia, and really refreshing the game with a lot of stuff that it actually really felt like it needed. But yeah. And I'm more meh towards the Let's Go remakes, but I understand it was a really good stepping stone for the Pokemon Go players that hadn't played another Pokemon game before. So it's a good enough game. I prefer Leaf Green, Fire Red for the Gen 1 remakes. I'll be honest. Then, so after Dark Souls, I took it a bit more in a more relaxed direction. I played Custom Robo Arena original came out for the DS, one of the Custom Robo series that never can really decide what it wants to be, whether it wants to be fun or serious or where it wants to go. I still had a ton of fun with it, and for that it but again, it didn't reach the heights that another game could, especially story-wise. And the gameplay was not the equal of something like Dark Souls or ReFantazio or another game. A very solid, very fun game that really I think deserves a little bit of a broader audience and still deserves people giving it a go. Unfortunately, not easily available. So not in my recommended list. I don't think it will ever be in my recommended list unless it is purchasable again. So, and after that, taking it back a bit more in the story direction of another game I felt was not well known enough. It's a very good game. I had a lot of fun with it. Goes into the same category as Custom Robo, Breath of Fire 3. It's flawed, but it has a very interesting story, and I think very much, if you like RPGs, very much worth playing. Sorry, very much worth playing. It's a great game, and despite its flaws, I do think that it's too overlooked by fans, unfortunately. And then we come to the final game of my regular story playthrough. My regular story playthrough stuff ending in December and picking up again next week. Yes, you did help me get through a puzzle in Breath of Fire. Absolutely. Yeah. At the end, where I just get teleported back and forth, you explained to me what I had to do. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Thank you very much for helping me out there. That was really, I was really stuck there, no idea what to do. And yeah, thank you very much for coming in there. So, the final big story game, Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor Overclocked. I think we did 5 endings. We did all 5 endings. I showed you the variety of possible endings, the implications the endings did. We had a lot of discussion in there. And it feels like we only scratched the surface. Responsibilities. We had responsibilities, some politics, some sociologies, like really, really a lot. And a really, really deep and heavy game that really, again, not a lot of people played it. The first playthrough wasn't easy getting through. There was a little bit of a slog. That was not something you're just going to be like, just play that quickly over a weekend. No, you really have to grind. You really need to learn the game, what it expects from you, that you need to create new demons, that you can't stand still. You have to go on. You have to do some grinding, and then you have to go on with making new demons. You see that you still have like a level or two. You go level that up. Make yourself the new demons, make yourself the new teams to really be able to get in there and take the best out and take on the really hard enemies that over the days they do not show any mercy. They get stronger. If you don't, they'll just kill you. No, there's a lot there. There's really a lot in there. The fact that the running away ending ended in a bad in a very bad situation for everybody and all of those things really really interesting. I'm happy it's in there. I'm happy you can just be like, no, we're going to run away after all. We're going to shirk the responsibility that unwillingly we've been given, and the power that we accumulated for that and all of that. I am not going to care. I'm just going to run away from all of that. And it wasn't nice to see, but it was fitting, in my opinion. Coming to some other games, one of which I showcased today, Dyson Sphere program. I really managed to get lost in it again. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I only played it. I played it to have something for Thursdays, and then I found that it's really a nice idea to have a game like this for the shorter ones where you don't need hours to go through the story, where there might be story, but it is far less important than the gameplay, and there's long breaks between story moments, which is why I chose, well, Supreme Commander is a bit different because you have those missions, but the story is very condensed. There's only 6 missions per party. The idea is always the same. You want to go to Black Sun, so a very understandable and light-hearted story there to supplement the game without too much, I think, big discussion there, but a lot of fun. And that first game I did this with was Dyson Sphere Program, and I do think that it deserves another S tier spot. I had a lot of fun with it. I found it really, really great. Still think it's great. I didn't even get into all the mech customization because I was just, busy with building my factory and other things. So while not perfect, it was a great, enjoyable game. And I think one of the best examples of a factory game. Maybe I don't get it. I was very busy factoring. Factorying, yeah. Unsurprisingly, I think it is something that speaks to me. Actually speaks to me more than Factorio, for example. That is why I play Dyson Sphere, not Factorio, because I'm not sure. Factorio becomes too much thinking about what side of the bands, and optimizing is a lot harder, and to really get it to work, even to get it to work efficiently is a lot harder. And I prefer Dyson Sphere, and I had a lot of fun playing it on stream. Then we were going through 2/3 of the base campaign of Supreme Commander. I'll be picking it up next week as well. Next Thursday, I'll be picking it up. Supreme Commander Forged Alliance, also a really, really lovely game. Only, quote unquote, only getting an A, but I do think that it's a very well-deserved A, with the gameplay putting it into that category more than the story. The story is, it's present, it's there to help, and yeah, makes for a really nice package and a really, really enjoyable RTS game. And I'll be playing more. I'll be doing StarCraft during the story slot at one point, if I can get to it. Also, I'm going to start with it with the wildcard slot on Thursdays, and then going over. But yeah, I'll see how I'll do that, but I'll definitely want to present StarCraft and its story. Showed you 2 moments in the when I was playing it before, like yesterday, the day before yesterday, really to showcase what the story can be in even an RTS game. You only have 1 rarity 3 weapon. Well, it is either going to be sufficient, and the Catspaw as a great sword, if I remember that correctly, would be fitting into what you were looking for, if I remember that correctly. Let's bring this up properly again. No, that's a bit too much. It's a sword and shield. Okay, fair enough. Then I'm misremembering that with another one, or I'm maybe throwing something else in there that doesn't belong. And last, yellow sharpness 100, raw 26 para. So it is a para weapon. I was thinking that it should have been a para weapon. Yeah, fair enough. for a rarity 3 weapon to still be on yellow, it's not so nice, but the power will help out a lot there. So, one of the it's the second to last game I'm going to be adding. I didn't play it regularly. I used it if I had a day or if I had a moment where I didn't really have anything else to do. Elite Dangerous. I really enjoy it. I really want more people to enjoy it. I am selfish that way. Not going to be forcing any of you to pick it up and play it, but I really enjoy it, and I really enjoy picking it up on stream to showcase in hopes that somebody might see it and be like, okay, that's something I want to try, and then come to like it a lot. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm the best at showcasing it, so it's going into B rank, high B rank, but B rank nevertheless. I don't have, I'm not doing the best at it, and then when I think about it and when I look back at the stream, I always feel like, you didn't do that all that well, but I don't exactly know what I could have done differently. I think Elite is a game that is more easy to play when you have maybe I need more experience, or maybe it is something else that I'm lacking. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, there it is. I still enjoyed playing it, and it still, I think, deserves a place here on the board. Lastly, I'm not going to take every other Monster Hunter game that I've been playing except Wilds, for that has been quite a lot. I don't think I've streamed Worlds this year, but I could be wrong. I might have had a session or two in there. I did a lot of Generations Ultimate. I did a lot of Freedom Unite as I played as a reminded game today. Monster Hunter is a ton of fun. It is. It's an issue of me that I can't just stream Monster Hunter all the time. I'd be burning out. I've tried that years back, and it didn't really work. I did burn out myself out on it, and so I had to come up with something different, and that is why Monster Hunter is reserved for the weekends. But what weekends we had, I think, was an absolute joy. We had a ton of fun, me going out to hunt and us going out together to hunt. We had a ton of fun, and it absolutely deserves an S rank. I don't think, while its gameplay is top notch, well, I'm through the story, and there's not much else for me to do, so I'm not putting Monster Hunter in general at the absolute top position. That for me was Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor this year, but all of the other Monster Hunters taken together really deserve a very high spot, and they actually deserve, in my opinion, the second spot. Absolutely. And yeah, I don't know what more I have to say. That is going to be my list for the year. I'll be posting this onto Discord and on Twitter later on, so that you all can have a look at how I felt about all the games I've streamed this year. As I said, I really want to come back to Monster Hunter Wilds and hopefully get that back up at least to a B, maybe to an A, depends on the rest of the game. We'll see. We'll see if it can convince me. We'll be waiting for the PC-specific updates in January, I really, really hope that they can fix all of, not maybe all of the issues, but all of the big issues, pulling the frame rate down to an absolutely unacceptable level, in my opinion. I really, really hope that they manage to do that. So, I'll be posting that onto Discord and Twitter shortly. Absolutely, I do think that it was a great year. I had a lot of fun. I really hope that I can add another better year. Let's always hope for it being more fun, more and more for the next year. Did you really go slapping down on him? Well, don't feel bad. It's Kuluyaku. He deserves it. He's a bloody imitation chicken. That's my rude opinion to him. Yeah, 26 para. Surprisingly a lot then. I don't immediately have another weapon to compare with, but if you have fast para, if you have a lot of para, yeah, absolutely, that's going to shred through a monster. Yeah, and then when you scale that up, that's going to hurt. But the Sword and Shield always had good stats weapon. They had always good poison weapons, good para weapons, good sleep weapons. Yeah, well, I don't know how much that is going to do in Master Rank later on, because you do not have exactly the same scaling. The monsters, their monster resistances usually scale faster than your weapons. But I could be mistaken for Rise. That's the experience I made for, well, what is now the old generation of Monster Hunter. Generations Ultimate and back. So, yeah, that is the last thing I wanted to do for the stream, this tier list. I really wanted to have a look back, and I decided that a pure 1 to 10 list doesn't fit, and every game was worth going through, explaining why it is where it is, and what I do think of it, why I do think that, yeah, they deserve their place or don't deserve the other things in general. It was a lot of fun. 4 people using cat's paw in multi. Oh yeah. He'd probably be hit a little bit while he's moving. He's parrot. He's angry. He's parrot. He's doing one thing, 2 things, parrot. Like 3-4 paras and then dead. It takes a little bit longer every time to reparalyze him. So there's probably some discussion there on how long that is going to take, because again, I'm not all that well in there, and how much damage you do and how much time to kill is and all of that. But it is a very strong paralyzation weapon. Absolutely. And while in a way I would love to have more time to talk, I still have prior commitments. And I do want to get ready for them. I know, except for Japan, which is nearing midnight, and maybe New Zealand, you might have New Year's already. It's a little bit, and I hope that you're going to have a lovely New Year's Eve, but it's now time for me to go to the end of my stream. Cat's Paw 2 is busted. Technically, what do you mean you technically shouldn't have it yet? So you went into the hub for Volvet. Yeah, okay. Seriously, I don't think that is not a point being like, oh, I shouldn't have it because I got it through a hub quest, and maybe that shouldn't have been yet. I disagree. If you went ahead into the hub and beat a monster to get it, yeah, but you did beat that monster. So unlike the Master Sword, which was a lot more iffy, let's put it like that. I don't think that there has been any big issue here. But yeah, it's been a great year. Had a lot of fun, and I do hope for another great year. Yeah, but I mean, you beat it. I don't see that you shouldn't technically. Well, if you look at only the village path, yes, you technically shouldn't have it, but you properly beat the monster for it. So I do not think that that ill-gotten gains, you did prove that you are worthy of that weapon. So maybe technically, if you only stay in the village, you shouldn't have it yet. But no, I'm not counting that as a bad thing. So I'm going to have a quick look for a raid, as I do need to finish out. I do have to get ready, unfortunately. Thank you, everybody, for having been here. Not only today, but the entirety of the year, whether you joined recently or you've been here for a long time. I don't care about that. You're here, you're having fun. For that, thank you very, very, very much. I mean, yeah, no, without you, this wouldn't be the same stream. So thank you all very much for being here. And I hope that I can continue to make enjoyable streams for you over the next years. It's not all. It's unfortunately not set in stone, and there are things that need to grow a little and change. But that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate you. On the contrary, I am really, really happy for everybody who's here. As always, if you do have an idea for a raid out, please let me know. I'm going to have a quick look of who's online, who I could raid. Yeah. There aren't all that many people. If I'm not getting any suggestions from you, chat, I think we'll be raiding Chi Bonus. She's currently playing Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. As always with raids, please be nice, please be kind. And yeah, lastly, I will be streaming tomorrow on the 1st of the new year. I'm not exactly sure for the start time. That depends on how long tonight will go. The longer, the later I will be needing to start. I don't want to miss like hours and hours of sleep. For that stream will not be very fun. So, start time to be determined. If it doesn't go too long, maybe 11. If it does go long, probably 13 o'clock Central European time, all in Central European time. And I'll be trying to start off the new year with a bang. I'm not sure if I can massively do that, but the requests will be open, and I'll be, if I don't have a great idea, I'll be taking out the wheel, and we'll see what the wheel rolls for us, such that we can just skip 3 in a row, because I played that recently. Doesn't really fit the vibe I'm going for. And we'll just have a randomized game. Let's say it like that. I hope that you're going to really be enjoying your New Year's Eve, that you're going to have a ton of fun welcoming the new year. And until then, until hopefully tomorrow, I'll be hopefully seeing you again soon. If not, until we do see each other again, please have a great time. And I hope you're going to have a lovely rest of your day. And hopefully until soon. And until then, all that I have now really left to say is wishing, again, all of you the greatest of times until we do see each other again. Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Radioactive by Imagine Wolves. I'm doing good. We just started this session. Doing this part of the game is fine. I'm not looking forward to the puzzle after, that's for sure. How about you? Yes. Oh, crap. This could be bad. Ay, ay, ay. Begin the defensive maneuvers. Oh. It's a different. Okay, okay. Okay, fine. I can do it though in a second though when I'm not dying. I wish I could. I wish I had a fairy, you know? He's a teasing. Who, Umber Blaze? He's a shit poster. Don't mind him too much. Oh, you mean this guy? Him too. He's also a shit poster. I forget what you're supposed to do here. honestly don't remember what I'm supposed to do here. This fucking bitch. I really did forget. Oh. Wait. Ah, I'm dead. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Hero mode is annoying. I knew this was gonna happen, and I still decided to do it. I don't know why I'm like this. Let's see where this puts me, because if I have to do the whole minigame again, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Oh. Please, no. Oh. We actually had to do the full thing again. Oh, that's bad. That isn't great. And I have 3 fucking hearts. Thank you, the star. This fucking sucks.